Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special meeting of council for Tuesday, May the 5th. Starting with our land acknowledgement today on a special day. That in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge Mokitis and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Liko Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Going to approval of the agenda. Do I have a councillor that can make the motion for the approval of the agenda? With the special meeting, if we wanted to add things, it would have to be signed by all of council. So I don't think we're going to be looking for any additions to the agenda today. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the May 5th, 2026 special meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor Narayan, do you vote in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. My screen is locked. It won't let me vote. I have 3 lock signs. So I vote in favor. If we could maybe have someone from IT come and have a look at that. I just have lock symbols on there. Just so everyone is aware, Deputy Mayor Narayan is attending a conference for yesterday and the next 2 days, and so he's just joining us virtually while he's in attendance at a justice conference here this week. So with that, as mentioned at the top of the meeting, today is a very special day. It is Red Dress Day, which is observed annually on May 5th and honors missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people and raises awareness about the ongoing crisis of violence against Indigenous communities. One of the things that this council has been committed to with council recognitions and announcements is ensuring that we are honoring special days throughout the year. You will have seen, may have noticed that last week we had approved a new policy for recognition, and this falls in line with that. So with that, we have invited Miss Patty Sproul to join us here today, and I'm going to do a quick presentation of tobacco for Miss Sproul, and she's going to be doing some education here for our council with regards to Red Dress Day, as well as leading us through a smudging ceremony. So good morning.
Thank you.
In the over 10 years I've known you, I think it's the first time I've ever shook your hand.
First time for everything.
Right?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for the gift of tobacco. I will cherish it. Today, as I prepare to offer the smudge, I want to acknowledge the significance of Red Dress Day. In my work within this community alongside youth, families, and organizations, I have seen how deeply people care about creating a place where everyone feels safe and valued. Red Dress Day reminds us that Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people experience a homicide rate that is 6 times higher than the non-Indigenous population. So their sense of safety has never really existed. As members of council and as community leaders, we are part of the systems that shape the people's experiences. That comes with both responsibility and opportunity. The responsibility to acknowledge the truth and the opportunity to lead in ways that create greater safety, inclusion, and understanding. As I offer this smudge, I do so with respect for those who are missing, for those whose lives have been taken, and for the families who continue to carry that loss. I also offer it with intention that our decisions, our leadership, and our actions reflect a genuine commitment to reconciliation, not just in words, but in how we serve community every day. Today, we remember, and we recommit to doing better together. Okay. I'm just going to start the smudge here, and thank you to Rebecca McGilvery for the gift of white sage, which is one of the 4 sacred medicines of the Indigenous people. The other one is tobacco, which is also a gift here. And another one is sweetgrass, which you often see in a braid. The only one I don't have here is cedar. So I'm going to start this, and I will smudge first. Anyone who would like to is welcome to come up and smudge as well, but there's no pressure to do so.
Just also want to make sure that the invitation is extended to any members of administration or anybody that's in the gallery as well. Okay, with that, thank you for joining us this morning, and for that education. With regards to this, I do think that it is important. What's one of the things that certainly stood out to me as you were speaking is when sitting on this side of the desk, the responsibility and the opportunity. And I think when this job is done right, you find the balance that is within those two things. And I think that this is a good reminder to find the balance within that. I think that's something that stood out to me, because when one goes too far the other way, I think that sometimes that's where it's just important to find the balance in this. Because when you bear the responsibility too much, it can be overbearing. And when it's too much of an opportunity, are you aware of your responsibility? And so I just see a strong tension point in that. That's what stood out to me when you spoke today, is the responsibility and the opportunity that we carry to utilize our voice when it comes to reconciliation, as well as to ensure that we are honoring traditions and opportunities that we have to participate in ceremonies such as this. So thank you again. We appreciate it. Thank you. Perhaps we'll just take a quick 5-minute break and just allow for us to transition, and we'll do the weird thing where we go back to having a regular meeting of council. So we'll come back at 9:35. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and now moving forward with the rest of our agenda that we have here today. Moving on to number 4.1, it's a bit of a mislabel here that we have right now. What we wanted to do was we've had a bit of an urgent item that has come. One of the things that this council is acutely aware of is the need for us to see upgrades happen at Chestnut Boulevard, 17th Avenue, 284, the intersection that is 284 and Chestnut Boulevard, then as well as certainly at least the twinning of Chestnut Boulevard and 17th Avenue. We had a intermunicipal committee meeting last Friday, and at that meeting, both Councillor Chabot and Councillor Clark talked about the idea of and encouraged for the city of Chestermere to write a letter to the city of Calgary outlining again the importance of this. This has been a ongoing conversation since this council was elected last term, as well as this term, as well as previous councils have been having it as well. But we have certainly been quite diligent in this conversation. And so with that, wanted to bring forward the idea that so this is regarding Range Road 284 and 17th Avenue intersection improvements in the twinning of Chestnut Boulevard, 17th Avenue, whereas the intersection of Range Road 284 and 17th Avenue has reached a critical threshold requiring safety enhancements and long-term improvements to support existing residential traffic and planned regional growth. And whereas this intersection serves residents of both the City of Chestermere and the City of Calgary, necessitating a collaborative intermunicipal approach to regional infrastructure safety and connectivity. And whereas Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Avenue serves as an economic corridor in that many residents who work in Calgary, and conversely, residents who work in Chestermere and live in Calgary, utilize this roadway on a daily basis to get to and from work. And whereas the twinning of Chestnut Boulevard, 17th Avenue, and the future plans for transit will have a positive impact on businesses in both Chestermere and Calgary. And so we are preparing a motion here that I would like to bring up on the screen. And the motion that I'm seeking from council is that council direct the mayor to write a letter on behalf of the City of Chestermere to Calgary City Council outlining the urgent need for the intersection at 284 and Chestnut Boulevard / 17th Avenue to be upgraded, and that Chestnut Boulevard 17th Avenue be twinned. The City of Chestermere is requesting partnership with the City of Calgary on the work that is being done along this corridor. The letter will also outline both interim and long-term measures, as well as the below: a summary of steps taken to date, work currently underway, the specific outcomes being requested of the City of Calgary, including agreements to a joint staff level work plan / timeline, and identified points of contact from both municipalities, and the rationale for urgency related to the safety of residents in both municipalities and to support planned growth and activity. And that the City of Calgary be invited to identify a project lead and share a proposed timeline for interim measures and the long-term solution. So again, this is continuing on that work, but really taking the conversations that we have been having through our intermunicipal committee meetings, as well as on whenever we see elected officials from Calgary at any of the conferences that we're at. This conversation comes up from every member of this council, and it has come up often. And so what we're doing here is really formalizing that process with this motion. And so if I may, if I could have a councillor make the following motion, please. Councillor Schindler.
Absolutely. I move that council direct the mayor to write a letter on behalf of the City of Chestermere to Calgary City Council outlining the urgent need for the intersection at 284 and Chestermere Boulevard, 17th and 17th Avenue to be upgraded, and that Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Avenue be twinned. The City of Chestermere is requesting partnership with the City of Calgary on the work to be done along this corridor. The letter will outline both interim and long-term measures, as well as the below. A summary of steps taken to date. B, work currently underway. C, the specific outcomes being requested of the City of Calgary, including agreement to a joint staff level work plan / timeline, and identified points of contact from both municipalities. And D, the rationale for urgency related to the safety of residents in both municipalities and to support planned growth and connectivity. And that the City of Calgary be invited to identify a project lead and share the proposed timelines for interim measures and long-term solution.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor Ryan, do you vote in favor?
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to our budget and final operating and and capital budget conversations. And I believe that this is being presented by Mr. Mark Schonken or CAO Mr. Edney. So, CAO, who am I turning it over to? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. So I'll take the presentation part of, I guess, this budget update. So this is intended to be a continuation of the discussion that we had, not last week, but the week prior, when Council called this special meeting. At that time, there were some requests from Council coming out of that meeting. The takeaways that administration had was a reconciliation of salaries and wages to date so far in 2026. The events budget comparison between 2025 to 2026, the department by department rolled up budgets. Those were included originally in the interim budget package, and council now has a consolidation of just the information that was related to the individual departments in front of you. We don't plan to discuss that in detail unless there's any questions from council. And then there was a discussion around what should we be saving or tax impacts towards individual capital project items coming up. So this presentation, it's a short one. It's relatively quick. I'll walk through it with some of that information and then open up the floor to discussion, questions. We're still assuming that either in front of you or you have access to the interim budget presentations as well as the full final operating capital budget presentation that we had discussed in the previous meeting. So with that, if you can just jump to the next slide there, Ledge Services for me. So one of the things that wasn't a direct takeaway, but there was a lot of questions about was what drives our surplus and where does our surplus potentially come from in 2025. So this is a statement of the 2025 operations. It comes from the audited financial statements that council approved at the last meeting. There's really four key areas where the variance occurred. In the revenue side, it's under licenses and permits, and then in investment income. And I'll talk a little bit about those details on the next slide. So really led us to $3.6 million of extra revenue that wasn't budgeted for. On the expense side, most of the driver was in our purchases from other governments. So that's our RCMP contract was our biggest driver of that one, as well as some small savings we budget for mutual aid in the fire department with other communities. If we don't need their mutual aid, then we don't use it. So fortunately last year we didn't need aid from our counterparts as much. And then the second driver on the expense side is the contracted and general services. So if we can flip to the next slide, sorry. Again, we've talked about this a couple of times. One of our big revenue items on the operating budget side is the revenue we receive from development permits, building permits, safety code inspections, all those things that come with development. So we've seen, obviously, significant growth, looking for the right word to accurately describe it, significant growth in the past 4 or 5 years. And, relatively, it's roughly 20%, 20 to 25% of our property tax. What we charge in property taxes also comes in building permits and fees. So one of the things when we're budgeting this is we don't want to over budget what we expect from this because that will create a deficit, but we're also cognizant not to try to under budget too much. What happened last year is right around budget time, the Trump administration imposed their tariffs, We weren't sure what was going to happen. We discussed that at budget time that it was better to anticipate a slowdown. We didn't quite see the slowdown the way we thought. So the main driver of that $2.3 million is actually increased building permits, fees relative to what we budgeted. If you remember back in the final budget presentation, Mr. Schonken showed that while it was above budget, it actually did slow down from the year before, and we did have less permits than the year before. We just had more than we expected in that case. So that's the main driver in the license and fees. The second one is the increased investment income. Mr. Schonken can talk to this better, but one of our assumptions and one of our challenges we've had in the organization over the last few years is really effectively actually spending our capital budget money. We saw that last year with some projects kicking off in the fall when we thought they'd be kicking off earlier. So when that money is sitting in our account, it's now earning us investment income rather than when it's been used to pay bills. So this is a function, and he can elaborate more if you have more questions, of just having cash in our bank account longer than we thought we would, just a timing of paying bills. So we did see about $1.3 million extra than we had originally budgeted for. I talked on the last slide in a little bit of detail about the purchases from other governments. The big reduction is the number of personnel we had in place with the RCMP. We've talked about this again at the budgeting, but for reference, we have to make a estimate of what we expect the staffing complement to be in the RCMP through the year. And while we budget for that, they only bill us on actual full-time equivalent members, and they do it to 2 decimal places. So they track in great detail the number of days that a member is working. And so when we have situations where people are off on leave or that kind of thing, and the position isn't able to be backfilled, we then see a savings there. So again, we're generally budgeting for not a full complement. Again, I think we've talked about this publicly that, we're shooting for 25, but we're budgeting for 21 officers. And then so if we only see 19 as an equivalent, we get that refund back for the 2 in between. So that's the driver of that reduction. We didn't quite see the staffing levels we had hoped for in the RCMP last year. And then really on the contracted services, with the transition of the organization, I think is the best way to put it. We're trying to catch up from the significant turnover that the organization experienced before this council and before I came on. So we had a lot of projects that we were planning to do, a lot of projects catching up on things that the community needed. So we had a pretty significant contracted services budget last year. This difference is, again, really just from us being able to fill some key positions in the organization, then not needing to use a consultant, or it was some projects that got deferred into this year that we didn't actually execute on last year. So, again, with maybe the exception of the RCMP, generally the 4 items leading to that surplus or something that I don't want to use the term one-time things, but they're a little bit more of an art than a science when it comes to budgeting than, say, personnel is, or our sand budget, or our gravel budget, or our budget to mow the parks. We can be a lot closer on that because we've got a consistent, repetitive history of those. So those are the 4 items that really led to the surplus last year. I don't know if you want to jump in and ask questions as we go, or let me get through to the end and come back. I'm easy either way. One of the other questions was, and we'd had some comments in the past about personnel being a huge variance item. And I believe in the years sort of from 2021 through to 2024, personnel was a big variance. We've talked extensively of 70% turnover. Turnover is different when somebody is terminated without cause. There usually some sort of severance payment that goes to them that then essentially takes up the time in between it takes to get a new body in. But in this case, it was often people leaving. So when people leave of their own accord, that 2 months or 3 months in between where it takes to hire somebody new does become a personnel savings. So when you look back at the variances in those years, it's typically driven by the issues in the personnel budget. Last year's actually, if you look at the personnel budget directly, we were actually about $8,000 over when it came at the end of the day through the audited financial statements. Again, council had a robust discussion about the effort that went into the financial statements and the accounting since Mr. Schonken has been here at this point. So we didn't see the same extent in salaries and wages that we expected to last year. When you look at this year so far, doing the quick reconciliation, it's always tougher early on in the year. A lot of our items that are shown on here, like pension, Canada Pension Plan, employment insurance, pension contributions, are related to a person's salary, but they also max out where you only put in a limited amount. So at the start of the year, you're generally, for Canada Pension Plan, employment insurance, going to overspend and then catch up as the year goes on, as most employees at some point throughout the year stop contributing to those. And again, pension is a direct relation to salaries and wages. It's a percentage of your salary. So when we're underspent on salaries and wages, we're going to be underspent on pension, as well as contributions for benefits as well. WCB, we've talked about that as a separate line item, as an adjustment to the budget. This is a comparison to the budget we're working under right now, which is the interim operating budget, as that increase to WCB hasn't been approved. Mr. Sheedy talked about that, I think, at the last meeting, of the significant increase we're seeing in WCB due to a few unfortunate items over the past couple of years that have just taken a really long time for workers to get back to work. So generally, we're sitting, I think, in a relatively good position. We're about $60,000 underspent. A big amount of that variance is we're still continuing to bring people in on the new positions that were hired. You're seeing a lot of new faces come into City Hall. I do expect that variance to tighten up as the year goes on. One important point in here is, with the vacancies we do have, we've already incorporated a 3% vacancy rate into these numbers that are shown here. So the budget number actually assumes that we're only running at 97% of what we would actually spend if we had 100% capacity all the time. So it's taking into account some of those cases where people leave for another position somewhere, or where it takes us a little bit longer to fill a new position than we originally anticipated. So that's the reconciliation of where we are at as of April 17th. That was our last payday that we were able to pull accurate numbers from. And coincidentally, it's exactly 1/3 through the year, so it made the math on the budget side easy. I think that's covered most of those operating budget requests, I guess. The next slide, I'll talk about capital project funding, which of course relates back to the operating budget in considering how council would like to allocate funding for future capital items. So real quickly, on this page, if we work kind of left to right and top from bottom, one of the things that Mr. Schonken identified and talked about, and has been talked about a lot at the provincial level, of currently we do not have a consistent policy or consistent budget item where we put money away to our asset replacement. So this isn't our new infrastructure. This isn't stuff that's being built in the new communities. It's not new lift stations. It's not new roads. It's putting away savings for those items that are starting to age, are starting to deteriorate, or starting to look to need replacement. We've been fortunate in the last few years, and Mr. Schonken talked about this before, we used the term grossly, because I think it was grossly underutilized our funding from the federal government and from the provincial government. He talked about, I think we're spending in the neighborhood of 13 million in grant funds on capital projects right now, and we get about 2.8 million a year. So it tells you how many years we're backed up in that kind of, I think Mayor Dean calls them the troubled times. What do you refer to them as?
Situation.
The situation, during the situations. So we're catching up on that. So what this is looking at, that first line item of 2.279 million, that's 60% of what we're carrying for amortization on those tangible assets. So amortization is reflecting, how your assets are aging, how your assets are coming towards the end of their useful life. A practice that Mr. Schonken recommends is that council's putting away about 60% of that. And that's for those things, either A, that we're fortunate and can see in advance that something needs to be replaced before it fails. It's also those things like Calgary had with the Bear's Paw feeder main that you're not expecting to happen. This is putting money away for those type of asset replacements and repairs as you go forward. So our recommendation is roughly 60% of the amortization of all those assets. That's fleet vehicles, that's roads, sidewalks, all the municipal infrastructure, buildings, city hall, the fire station, community operations building, etc. Of putting something away to save for those in the future. And Mr. Schonken has talked about what we currently have in the reserve account simply is there to manage that cash flow discrepancy throughout the year. It's not actual cash that can necessarily be used for funding at this point. So the recommendation is to council to start building up that asset replacement fund. When you start working down again, we've already presented the 5-year capital budget. This is again just looking for 27 through 2030. And on that budget, administration has identified which projects could be funded through the LGFF framework as well as the CCBF. CCBF is what used to be referred to as the gas tax. So after taking all of those projects out, it left with this list of projects. Again, these haven't been approved. They're just on the budget as an indicator of things that administration has identified need to be used in the next year, and what those look like from sort of a smaller capital project item. So at the bottom, I think this is that sort of request. This is trying to capture that request of what do we need to put money away for. We've only looked at the city portion of offsite levy projects. So the Dawson Landing Rec Facility right now, our share is just short of about $25 million. The library, our share would be about $5 million. And then the replacement of the bridge is about in the $14 million range, I guess, as per big projects that we see coming up over the next 4 years. So what we've done administratively is break down for council. What does this look like if you were to collect the asset replacement savings through property taxes? So you'd be looking at bringing in about $14.76 a month from your average $400,000 home, which would equate to about a 7.8% property tax increase from where rates are at today. Of course, if you had $1 million home, that $14.76 goes up by 50% to about $21. If you had a $350,000 home, well, it's cut in half to about $7 a month. So as you work through down this sheet, what we've assumed in all of the items below that is that those are being funded through debt. As we discussed, we don't have the savings right now to fund these through that. An option, of course, would be to start putting extra money aside for these particular items. Something we've talked about explicitly is the community has been planning a rec facility for somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 years, and we haven't put any city money away in that 10 years to pay for that rec facility. So now we're at the point where hopefully council's going to make a decision to move forward or not at some point here, and we don't have anything in our savings account to pay our portion. So we've assumed that all of these capital projects need to be funded through debentures. So this Monthly tax impact, again, for the $700,000 average home, is what needs to be paid to service that debt over a 25-year life of that debenture. So, for example, if we just picked the aerial 116, the fire truck replacement, we'd need $1.85 a month from every home to service the debt to purchase that piece of equipment. If we move down the list to the bottom, the Dawson Landing Rec Facility, we'd need about $10.81 a month from your average home to fund that, or about a 0.7% tax increase just to service the debenture to pay for that facility. So I won't walk through every single number. Hopefully that makes sense of how it is. And so one of the things that's important to note, and I left it in at the very top with the asset replacement savings, once you make that change, it carries forward in perpetuity till you make another change. So for the Dawson Landing Rec Facility, for example, you would need the $10.81 increase in 2027, and that just carries forward in perpetuity. So it's not 5.8% this year and 5.8, another 5.8 the next year and another. It's just 5.8%, and you can carry that forward for the next 25 years to service that debenture. So that's what it's trying to show. If you look at the very top, the total cumulative impact over the next 4 years for all of these projects, if council were to proceed and move forward, is about $40.07 per month over the next 4 years. Again, for a $700,000 home, if your home's worth 50% more, that would be $60. If your home's worth half, that'd be about $20. The cumulative net impact would be about 21% over those 4 years. So I talked about this at the last meeting of when we talk about percentages on lower numbers, it takes bigger percentages to gain smaller amounts of dollars. So I think sometimes when we hear or see numbers like 15 or 20%, it starts to scare you. But Councillor Schindler and I were having this discussion of we're talking about 14% on 3%. So it's not 14% of 100%, it's 14% of 3.2%. So it changes your rate from 3.2 to 3.5. It's not an extra 14% on top of there. So that's what the future looks like for funding what we see in front of us for capital replacement over the next 4 years and our big projects. If we go to the next slide, the good news, I think, from my perspective is while 20% isn't something to downplay, it's where we'd be if we had kept pace, easily be there if we'd kept pace over the last 5 years with our neighboring communities. The challenge that this brings, of course, is that anticipates we're borrowing almost $58 million in the next 4 years. If you remember from the financial statements, our debt capacity is 59. Is about 58. We already have $5 million for the golf course, and we have another $1.5 million on some other projects. Of course, as taxes grow and increase, our debt capacity will increase, but this will completely maximize our debt limit, our internal debt limit of 75%. Again, we've talked about why most municipalities have that policy. Because our revenue outside of property taxes fluctuates, it takes into account that we don't end up in a tough position if building permits or fines, etc., were to decrease over time and our payments on our debenture doesn't keep up. So we could fund all those projects through debt, but it does put us at our debt limit at that point. The key part of all of these projects, as you start thinking about the next few years, is it does not include any of the debt needed to complete the off-site levy portion of these projects. So again, we've talked about the rec center. I just pick it because it's the biggest one. You could do the same with the library or the fire hall. We don't have the fire hall on there because there's no portion of that that's actually municipally funded. But the fire hall is a good example in the off-site levy model. It's budgeted for $15 million, and I think we have about $3 million in the fire off-site levy. So if we were to move forward with the fire hall, that $12 million needs a debenture to be taken out. That debenture, of course, gets paid off by the off-site levy funds we recoup over time. but that $12 million applies onto our debt limit as the city right now. Same thing with the recreation center. I believe we're contemplating about $44 million is the offsite levy portion of it, and we have just shy of $20 million in that offsite levy fund right now. So again, there's another $25 million or so of debt that needs to be taken out to complete the offsite levy portion of that. Same thing with the library. It's a smaller project, but we're again looking at another $4 or $5 million for the offsite levy portion of the library. And this isn't including, anything that might also be in the capital budget beyond the next 4 years. So paints a little bit of a grim picture. Council doesn't have to make those decisions right now. We'll have more information and more options, of course, as those projects come forward for actual council approval. One of the discussions Mark and I have had around the offsite levy projects for sure is seeking a minister exemption from Minister Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs, to have the debt that's taken on from the offsite levies not counted towards the city's debt limit. Of course, there's a risk there that needs to be acknowledged in that if development slows down, collection of offsite levies slow down, and the city is still responsible for making those debt payments. So if we hit a situation over that 25-year period where we've taken out a debenture to pay the offsite levy and development grinds to a halt for whatever reason, the city taxpayers would then be on the hook for paying that portion of the debt because it would still be a city loan. So just something to be aware of. Of course, we will continue to do what we can. I know there's a sponsorship naming opportunity policy coming forward for that. We have actively running a campaign feasibility study to see what we can raise for outside support. We'll continue to pursue grants and other forms of investment for these major projects. But again, we're seeing anecdotally from other places that may lead to 5 or 10 or maybe 15% at best. So we're still looking at a way to fund the other 85%. So one of the things that came up in our original budget presentation as well was not just start putting money away for the asset replacements of our existing assets, but a recommendation would be for council to consider starting to put money away to pay for these big community-based projects that are contemplated on the books right now, like the rec center and like the library. So really that was my last information, I guess, that were takeaways from our last meetings. Again, the intent would be for council to either approve an operating budget today or at the very latest next Tuesday at the 12th. We need that to then develop the tax rate bylaw to have that approved on May 26th. One of the things I'll talk about too is we were projecting about a $1.8 million deficit in our current projection for the operating budget. Mark and I have talked. I don't believe hope is a strategy, and it surely isn't a plan. But I think as we work through some of the items in the operating budget, such as the RCMP, we could have a discussion of whether we remove some of those budget items now to lower that deficit, or you just plan on, like was already presented, moving 1.8 from the reserves and hope that near the end of the year we can squeeze that deficit with either some improved revenues like we've seen over the past couple of years, or B, some potential savings on some projects. Again, specifically the RCMP would be something worth talking about. That said, I didn't pull them up in front of me, but the last building permits and statistics email I received we're running significantly behind where we were last year at this time. Now that was end of March, construction season hadn't started, so we got surprised last year with how much activity picked up. But again, that's educated guess at our best on what those fees and stuff will look like. So leave that to council to advise on how you'd like to deal with that part of the deficit as well. But I think at this point we're open to discussions. We've got all sorts of information. Can hopefully answer your questions to help you make a decision.
Thank you. Just before going to other councillors, Deputy Mayor had a question he wanted me to ask on his behalf is, how is this budget capital and operational dealing with the volatility in gas prices, which ultimately affects costs of all goods and services? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So we talked about it at the last meeting, I think either on the 23rd or 24th. We've reviewed the fuel budget and made some increases to that to hopefully account for the price of fuel. But you're right, we don't have a broader inflation adjustment accounted for anywhere in our projects to account for if this blockage of the strait continues for a prolonged time. So again, that's another risk, I guess, on the expense side on some of these projects that we could see that transfer, not just directly to the price of fuel, but the price of other goods. The nice part, if that's the right word, is the largest portion of our operating budget is personnel, and that isn't affected. Affects people at home, of course, like it does everybody, but doesn't affect our cost for those people. So it would be a less significant increase, but it's something we could take away. And, you know, I don't know how we'd even practically evaluate that other than to just make a rough guess.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning through to Mr. Edney. That, it's roughly a $5 million surplus from last year, is that correct? Okay, so generally I believe a surplus, there would be some decision by council about what to do with that surplus or what account to put that in or how to allocate that. Has that task been done? I did miss one meeting.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, to Councillor Sandbo. So that task hasn't been directly done. What we did, if you look back at the final budget presentations from the previous meetings, is on the budget in the non-cash items, we had the proceeds from the debenture coming in, sorry, I'm answering a different question. That surplus is already accounted for in, that money's already sitting in the surplus account and is included in the calculations that have been presented for all of how to fund the capital projects going forward. So I'm answering that not in the best way. Sorry, let me turn this off. But that's included, I guess, when we look at what's in the reserve account now, that surplus is already in there.
Thank you. Okay, following up on that, what I'm trying to suss out if there is still a decision to be made with that $5 million. So I understand it's in the calculation, but is there still a decision about what it, you know, what project or whatever to put it in? When you say surplus, are you talking about that stabilization account?
Yes, that's where the money is. So I think Mr. Schonken can probably talk about this, but he talked about it at the last meeting of we have to manage. So if you remember, we went back and looked at the reconciliation of net financial assets down to about $17 million. So that $17 million includes that surplus from 2025. And Mr. Schonken's comment at the time was we need to keep about 10 million in there because that's what helps balance our cash flow through the year for spending when due to the timing of taxes coming in the middle of the year and expenditures occurring throughout the total year. So there's not a direct request of what council should do with it, but council always has the ability to do anything with your reserves. I think what our recommendation is, it's in there to help fund future projects. It's assuming that you're taking 1.8 million out of there to fund the projected deficit we have right now. But as I mentioned, our hope would be that with some of these items, we can narrow that deficit down and then take less out of that reserve account at the end of the year. Does that make sense?
A follow-up, Your Worship.
Yep.
That does make sense. So what I'm hearing is that this money is currently in a cash account. It's not in an investment. So it's not making any money, but it needs to stay there because we need that and more for cash flow throughout the year. Is that correct?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you to Councillor Sandbo. So where the cash sits, we try to invest as absolutely much as we can, but of course we just have one investment account and one cash account. So I'd have to maybe get Mr. Schonken to talk about that particular amount, but we generally try to, other than that 10 million or even less as he projects on a month-to-month basis of how much money we need in the account, we try to invest as much as we can and then maximize it when our investments are maturing to bring that money then into the account. So there's no discrete account that has that particular money in it. It's a large account that has all the money from the offsite levies, et cetera. And then it becomes an accounting exercise to allocate those returns, if that makes sense. So it's not, that was a long answer to say it's not just sitting there doing nothing.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Mr. Edney. I'm glad to hear that. Do we know what the rate of return is right now over the last little while?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So we're running about 4.5% on our return. If you remember, CIBC came in, and I think their overall portfolio return was somewhere around 4.39 at that time. That's improved a little bit, just as we've reallocated some of our investments. So we're making about 4.5%.
Your Worship, my last question on this line would be through to Mr. Edney. If we're looking at pulling out a debenture, of course we can't predict the future, but what are we looking at for those rates?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm a little bit embarrassed that I don't have that number right on the top of my head because I've been just doing a whole bunch of debenture calculations. It's in the same neighborhood. I think it's right around 5% on the debenture. But I can look that up if you give me 2 seconds here.
Thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Here's an interesting question that I was just thinking about. Does our low tax rate, because considering that we have the second lowest mill rate in the province, next to Canmore, if I'm correct, does our low tax rate contribute to the rise in our property values? Our property values have been exploding over the last few years, so I'm curious.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I can't answer that question directly, but I can provide anecdotally, I guess, a theory on how it works of, in theory, when you look at property taxes and you look at being competitive municipality to municipality, if someone is considering buying, all other things aside, access to schools, location to work, all those things are the same. And somebody's looking at purchasing, say, a $700,000 home, and the mill rate in one community is 3.24, and in another community it's 4.5. In theory, they're going to choose the one with the lower mill rate. But of course, real life isn't that easy. Living in Canmore is a lot different than living in Chestermere, and living in Chestermere is a lot better than living everywhere else. So
Yeah, that's a good answer.
would want to live here anyway. So yes, in theory, it plays in, but it doesn't directly when an assessor is assessing market values factor in. They're just looking at what homes are selling for.
Okay. I on a different line of questioning, if I may, the $1.8 million deficit in our operational budget, is certainly struck me as concerning. What is there a potential money value on monthly taxes that we would need to increase to make that disappear for our next year? And is there an additional value that will give us a little bit of future proofing on that line item?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Berdine. Just give me 2 seconds here. Just want to make sure I'm doing the math. I came prepared to hopefully be able to answer these questions online. So you'd be, to cover the $1.8 million, you'd be looking at about $11.65 a month on that $700,000 average home, or 6.15% increase to the current mill rate. If I can, while I'm on the microphone, I'll just go back to Councillor Sandbo's previous question. Right now, through the Alberta Capital Finance Authority, the 25-year rate for a debenture is 4.55%. So right on about what we're making on our investment returns. 20 years, 4.39, 15 years, 4.13. But then again, of course, those payments go up. So we generally look at 25 years as a municipality, but we can go lower or less term, I guess, just increases the payments up front.
Thank you. Any other questions from council at this time? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. Have you folks ever looked at an endowment fund such as the Calgary Foundation as a vehicle for investments? They are reporting some numbers higher than I've heard here today. Who knows if that's accurate as of today, but have you ever looked into that?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Nadine. I haven't personally. I can't. I don't think organizationally we have. I'm not sure. Endowment fund means something different than maybe savings account to me, but we could definitely look into it and see what they're doing and what they might be doing differently.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this time? Seeing none, then I guess I would go back to administration as to, from a practical standpoint, what is the next step that you would like us to take today? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Merdine. I'm going to maybe ask, I should have done this in advance and I apologize. I don't know if Ledge Services, do you have the presentation that was in the 23rd and 24th agenda package, or can you bring that up real quickly? Just again for council and public's refresher of what the budget looked like. We can just wait a couple minutes versus taking a break if you want to do that.
You want to take a, would it, oh,
Yeah, I think that's right. If you keep going down, no, I think, nope, that's the interim one. So would be from,
why don't we just take,
yeah, let's take a quick break and we'll get the right one up.
okay, we'll take a quick recess and we will come back at 10:30. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here as we were just transitioning between presentations there. So going to go back to Mr. Edney, who is just going to give us an explanation on how administration is suggesting we move forward.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean, through you to council. So this is essentially the budget that at this point is in front of council. We talked about this early on in the previous budget meetings. It's slide 4 of that particular presentation. So we walked through this originally. We had the interim budget in the third column from the left with the adjustments that have been made since that point to the 2026 updated budget. You can walk through to the bottom of this page. We're projecting about a $1.7 million deficit from operations. Ledge services, skip to the next slide. So this is to, I think, Councillor Sambo's earlier question. So if we walk through this particular page, we start at the top. So the 2 reserve fund or /4 capital projects, there's a deposit of $5 million going in there. That's from the debenture proceeds we expect to see in from the golf course loan. So all of the original math didn't necessarily have that in. So we'll put that $5 million is in and out. You can see it on the debenture proceeds line. The transfer from reserve line of 1.695, that is the line item that eliminates the operating deficit on the previous page. So that's coming from reserve. So again, you have 5 million going in, 1.7 coming out. In the reserve account calculations you saw before, it's already including last year's surplus from the operating budget. And then, of course, we treat amortization as a draw from equity. So that's an in and an out. And then this shows a balanced budget at the bottom where the total is 0. So from an MGA perspective, from a practical perspective, there's a balanced budget that's presented on the screen. Council could approve that. That budget includes no change to any of the mill rates in the community. So not to bring these up right now, but probably wanted to address them at some point because what I'm going to stop here quickly before I make these next comments is when we look at the tax rate bylaw at next meeting or whenever it is, there's no debate or discussion around those rates. Those rates are derived from approving this budget and what we need to bring in to meet the $29 million of municipal taxes on the previous side. So before approving this budget would be a time to have a discussion if you were going to change any of the mill rates. So for example, the acreages last year had their mill rate reduced. The annexed acreages had their mill rate reduced to, I think it was halfway between the city of Chestermere's rate and halfway between Rocky View County's rate. If you wanted to make an adjustment to that, now's the time to make that adjustment. We've heard from some residents on the vacant lot mill rate. Again, if that is something council would want to change, now would be the time to have those discussions so we can incorporate those into these budget numbers before you approve the budget numbers. So, yeah, so that's 2 comments that relate to the tax rate. Generally, I think we've seen in the neighborhood of a 2% average decrease in assessment values. So this would actually practically translate into about a 2% decrease in municipal property taxes for the average resident, keeping the mill rate the same and the value of the home decreasing. I think my home in particular was about 2.8% or so. So without any change to the mill rate, we have a balanced budget, keeps all of the tax rates the same as last year through all the properties, residential, non-residential, and gives us a balanced budget. Administration through this process have recommended we at least start putting something aside for savings. We're still using franchise fees in the operating budget to deal with our operating budget. I know that was a passion of Councillor Grant's a couple years ago when we started looking at this. So our recommendation would be to, in this to reserve fund, to increase that $5 million by some amount. Our request you heard earlier was about 2.2 million. That's to start putting away for the replacement of our existing assets and infrastructure. And then the next consideration would be for council to decide whether you want to start putting away some money for any of the specific capital projects, such as the library or the rec center. The funding projection I showed earlier, of course, we don't start paying down a debenture until after we've actually taken the debenture out, which isn't being contemplated at this point because no decision has been made on those capital projects. So I guess there's a few options, and I would open it up to council what you would like to do. For that asset replacement savings of 2.2 million, again, it'd be $14 a month, $14.76 a month on a $700,000 home, and about a 7.8% increase to the tax rate, which effectively would be about a 5.8% increase because the average home will see about 2% decrease based on their assessment value going down about 2%. So I guess I'd open it up to council for your discussion and of what as council you would like to do. Once you've got some direction on that, I think that's when we'll start sort of taking breaks, punching some numbers into this and bringing something back to show you what the impact looks like.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. What would be the legislative process in this process here to consider a phasing in of a property tax rate, for example, with the vacant residential lots, if we wanted to phase into the ultimate rate?
Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo. So the interesting thing with phase in is you can never, I can't think of the presuppose. What's
Fetter?
the word? Fetter. Thank you.
I got you.
You can never fetter a future council's decision. So regardless of what you decided this year, now, assumingly next year it's the same 7 of you sitting here, so it's a little bit easier. You could make a statement or you could build a policy that says, you know, hey, over the next 4 years, the intent will be to increase a certain or decrease a certain tax rate by a set amount every year. But legislatively, the bylaw supersedes any policy. So at the time you're approving the tax rate bylaw, you can either follow that or ignore it or do something different at any time. So practically you're in a spot where if council decided, in your example, to do something with a particular rate with advance notice that we intend to do something different with it next year, you can do that. It just doesn't have effect. Your tax rate bylaw only applies in the current tax year. So hope that answered it.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Knowing that, I would like to bring forward, I'm not sure how we want to have the discussion, given that we're not talking about the tax bylaw right now, but I would like to have that discussion about phasing that in. From what I understand, there is some kind of policy in place. I think it was 3 years or something. Maybe Mr. Edney could remind me about vacant for a certain period of time, and then this rate takes effect. But I think given what we heard from residents, we should consider that possibly phasing in over 3 or 5 years. And it sounds like that would be to direct administration to create a policy to that effect.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So we have a policy that defines what a vacant residential lot is, and it's captured in the tax rate bylaw in the definition. And you're correct, it's 3 years without a principal dwelling being constructed after having sewer and water connections brought to the property line. So all the properties we've heard from are ones that have been vacant practically for a decade or more at this point. So there would have to be I'm thinking the way, we'd have to want to take it away and look at it, but I'm thinking the way would be to just change that definition to 3 years after 2026 or something like that, right? If you wanted to give them a break from now, saying, hey, right now your property meets the definition of vacant residential. However, we're going to give 1, 3, 5 years before we start enforcing that tax rate on you. We would just need to change the definition then. And because each property will have a unique time it became vacant, if that makes sense, you'd want to put something in of, if your property is deemed vacant on 2026, this policy doesn't apply to you until the 2029 tax year or the 2030 tax year, I think would be my suggestion. But I'd want to confirm with finance and our taxation department if that's the right approach.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, to you and also to Mr. Edney. I think I would prefer not changing the definition. I think when we had this discussion last year, the intent of trying to not have too many vacant residential lots still stands, and that 3 years makes sense. I wonder if we could set a lower increase rate than originally intended for this year and add to the policy the intention of phasing it in. So like the higher amount definition stays the same, but in 2027, the intent is to put it to this amount. In 2028, the intent is to put it to this amount, which may be the full amount. Is that something that we could do?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I apologize, Councillor Sandbo. I maybe misunderstood the question, but yes, absolutely. So I think the tax rate right now is in the neighborhood of 13.5%. If you wanted to set it at 5% for this year and make a public statement that every year it's going to go up by another, it's going to go from 5 to 7 to 9 to 11 to 13 or whatever our maximum ends up being, that would be best to capture that in the policy. Again, it doesn't confirm it. You could come back next year and bump it all the way up to 13 or knock it down to 3, whatever you wanted to do. But it would at least give those residents some line of sight to what they could expect to have happen.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just trying to offer something that could give us a discussion point. So if you'd like a motion or something, please let me know. But my starting point would be to suggest setting that rate for this year at double the residential rate and then changing the policy to phase it in. And that would at least give residents some time to make decisions about their property, which was the feedback that I received most heavily is it's not fair to not give people time to make decisions about their assets.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And just for clarity too, because the phasing in would be a change to a policy, that's not something that needs to be done before the budget gets approved or the tax rate bylaw, because all you're looking at is what the rate is for this year. So you could make a motion, exactly what you said, to set it at double the residential tax rate. We'll incorporate that into the bylaw and then come back with a policy change for approval at a separate council meeting. I think would be my recommendation. Otherwise, we're going to get really crammed to make that kind of policy change.
As a reminder for everyone, what is it set at now? So it's more than double right now.
It's 5 times.
It's
It's set under the Municipal Government Act. Your highest tax rate cannot be more than 5 times your lowest tax rate. So right now it's set at 5 times 3.24, which I think is 13.57. I can pull up the exact number.
Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Edney, I guess my thoughts on the vacant property tax rate is I would like to see the R1 property excluded from that. When I think about it, I'm not really concerned about that single individual property that's sitting vacant. My concern is more around the large properties, the multifamily properties, the commercial properties that are vacant. And those are the ones that I think we should be addressing. We had the gentleman in here the other day who had his property for quite some time, and he, to my knowledge, he's paid his taxes on it every year, and he's maintained that property, and I'm sure his neighbors actually enjoy not having a house there. So I don't really see a benefit to be swinging the hammer at these R1 properties as much as the commercial or the multifamily properties.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So to Councillor Grant's point, yeah, I mean, that's entirely a council decision. That's for council to philosophize on. I think what I'm looking at right now is then we'd need to change the definition of vacant residential to not include specific types. You can create as many residential subclasses as you want, so I think that would apply to vacant residential as well. I'd have to look in the MGA to confirm that as many subclasses as you want also applies to vacant. I'm 99.9% sure it does because it all falls under the residential category. And yes, you can tax an R1 property different than an R3 property, different than an R4 property if you wanted to create those subclasses. I've talked a lot about you can't tax based on who owns the property, but you can tax based on the different type of property. So as I'm thinking about this out loud, I think you should be able, if council so desired, to split out certain types of properties from applying to the vacant vacant residential tax. But we would need some time to change that. If we're going to change the definition of vacant residential.
So then if I may, to Councillor Grant, would you then be suggesting that the R1 vacant lot tax rate stay at the same as the residential tax rate? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I would be okay with that. I think that'd be fine in my estimation.
Right, okay. Councillor Rondawa?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. For the vacant R1, I think not keep as the same. That's my suggestion. Just little bit extra tax. So not same as the residents. But my another question is, for the budget, for the criminal record check, this is a good time to talk about increasing the fee for the criminal record check because we are in the budget, or we should have the separate discussion about that.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, I think so. We do it a little different here. We have a fee schedule where all of this is accounted for. It's coming to council. Ideally, it should be part of the budget discussions. Practically, it's not going to make any sort of material impact, right? We're talking thousands of dollars on a 62 million. So it's kind of a rounding error. I would suggest that there's nothing wrong with talking about it here, but I think the best place would be when that schedule of fees comes for an update. But that's again up to council.
Okay. I'll come back to fees here in a moment. I don't want to move away from the vacant lots here. So there's a proposal there's some ideas that are currently on the table that kicking around the idea of moving to a motion. So if I may try and capture this, I believe Councillor Sambo's suggestion was that all vacant lots would be double the residential tax rate. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't aware that we could split them out by property type. So
Yeah.
if that is the case, I'm very much on board with what Councillor Grant is saying. But I understand that might be a little bit harder to accomplish because we need to change the policy as well.
Right. We also know that we do have part of the reason why we changed GAP to special was a bias at time in that week. So I know it could create a bit of a busy week here with regards to the policy. Yeah, so just finishing that thought, yeah, so you had originally suggested that the all vacant lots would be double the residential. However, after hearing the suggestion from Councillor Grant, the idea is could we make vacant lots double the residential with the exception of R1 lots, I believe is what Councillor Grant was, I'm seeing nodding. Sorry, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would say exclusive of R1 would probably be the proper word there.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think just for clarification, you're looking at single detached family. So we have R1, R1 estate, large lot rural, R1 plan lot, R1 PFD. I'm assuming it's all of that. Anything that's a single detached, but what about R2s with duplex, townhomes?
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, Mr. Edney, I would just leave it as the R1 type of property, whether that be an estate or planned rear lane, planned front lane, all of that. And my rationale is those properties are largely owned by private citizens, where the larger properties are owned by businesses. And that's really what we're trying to help incentivize, is these businesses to build the products that they said they would build.
So single detached, as opposed to saying R1, single detached.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Sounds good.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, that was a question. Sorry. Okay. So with that, then, we could put a motion on the floor that says something along those lines. And that would be council to direct administration to set the vacant lot tax rate at double the residential tax rate, with the exception of single detached properties. So, Mr. Edney, I'm going to turn to you to see if I captured that wording correctly in terms of like what you would be looking for before we start opening up and debating. Then council, I'll come to you with wording. I just want to see if this is what we were capturing from the conversation. So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So if I can just work with Ledge Services just to adjust this, if we can change it to council direct administration to set the vacant residential, you can use capital for the V and the R, and then delete lot at double the residential tax rate, and update the definition of vacant residential to exclude, and then delete with the exception of.
Okay, so Mr. Edney, just confirming with you that's the wording that could work for this motion?
Yep, and then we'll bring back, when we change that definition, bring back R1, large lot, rural, all the things that fit into the spirit of this, and then council can make a final debate to make sure we got all of those right.
Should it pass?
Should it pass?
Right. Okay. This kind of originally came from Councillor Grant and Councillor Sandbo. I just want to check with you two first if you are okay with the wording of this, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just for a quick clarification, our current vacant tax rate is 5 times. Is that correct?
Mr. Edney?
That is correct.
Okay, so in that spirit, I am, if we exclude these R1 type of, or sorry, single detached type of properties, then I'm fine leaving the vacant tax rate at 5 times to really help incentivize these larger properties to move along. Because they will, those larger properties are the ones.
I'm going to cut you off.
Sure.
Just wording for now. Then we'll debate.
This is part of why I think the wording should change. I think we should change from double to 5 times. Or keep it the same. Like, we're set at 5 times, so I think we should leave it at 5 times, that we should just remove the vacant residential for single detached properties.
Okay. So, yes, that's a complete change of wording. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were doing there.
Thank you.
Okay. So, okay. I see one lighting up, but I think we should address Councillor Grant's desire to see the wording change. So it would be to leave, it'd be to leave it as it is then. Councillor Sandbo?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I might suggest, just remove that whole section and change it to council direct administration to update the definition of vacant residential.
Mr. Eddy?
Yeah, through Mayor Dean, that would be simpler and accomplishes the same thing. It's already set at 5 times, so unless you want to change that, that will be.
And then if that
simpler.
definition changed according to this wording of this motion, then it would be the same as the residential tax rate.
Yes, all affected properties on this would go back to whatever you set as the residential rate.
Okay, so Councillor Grant, Councillor Sambos has kind of been a combination here on this motion. Is that more the word? I see a nod. Okay. Just again talking about wording, Councillor Schindler.
So the motion is to change the definition. In what? And is it across the board? Because it's just asking to change the definition. So I'm looking at the wording going, the definition where?
Of vacant residential.
Correct. In what?
Okay, Mr. Edney?
Just give me one sec. I'll get you the. Update the definition of residential, vacant residential in the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw.
And do we want this brought back to council for approval?
It has to.
So, and then, so should we say, and bring back to council?
Well, you can, but it
I'm just-
it legally has to. So
Yeah.
if this passes,
Sorry, let's get the word.
division of assessment class
But I'm working on word.
and subclasses bylaw.
Subclasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just capitalize division, assessment class, sub, and bylaw. Just, yeah.
Okay, so I saw Lead Services over there looking up the bylaw. I would agree and bring back to council. I know that it's a legal requirement, but it's a valuable lesson I learned as a baby counselor. For
Or approval.
for approval. Okay, Councillor Grant,
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd be happy to make the motion if we're ready.
can we give it 2 seconds here?
Sure.
Any other, Councillor Grant, I'm gonna leave your mic on. So any other comments, questions with regards to the wording? Seeing none, Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct administration to update the definition of vacant residential in bylaw 025-25, being the division of assessment class and subclass bylaw to exclude single detached properties and bring back to council for approval.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to comment in case anybody, all those thousands of people that are watching our council meeting today, if there is a problem R1 property, there's still a mechanism to report if there are issues on that property. So you can still contact Bylaw, you can still initiate that process if it's, unsightly or if it's unsafe or something like that. This is really for these properties that are just big eyesores and dangers in the community that are already zoned for development.
Yeah, I would also say that I'm not sure we want to use taxes as an enforcement methodology, right? And so I think that when it comes to unsightly properties, we have lots of other enforcement methodologies. And so absolutely, thank you for pointing those out. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean and Councillor Sandbo. Sadly, I haven't seen those enforcement mechanisms be really that effective. While there has been some effectiveness, there's lots of unsightly properties, and R1s are included as part of those unsightliness. I'll be voting against this because I do believe that we should be treating all owners, property owners, equally, regardless of what their zone type or their property type is. While I understand the spirit of Councillor Grant's of his motion, I also believe that there's many properties within the city of Chestermere. It doesn't take you long to take a drive around to see how many properties have been non-developed for 10 years plus, and we really need to incentivize them to develop them, whether they're sightly or unsightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. 2 comments. I just want to clarify that yes, property tax is not a mechanism to deal with unsightly properties. My understanding when this came in was different. It was for what Councillor Warzanowski said, to encourage development. We have a separate process to deal with properties with garbage on them. Just for awareness, so council is aware of making this decision. It will reduce, all other things being equal, it will reduce our tax revenue by about $100,000 by making this motion. So that will add about $100,000 to the projected deficit at this point. Assuming every house is impacted by this, I do believe of the give or take 35 homes, like 33 of them apply this will apply to. So this was mostly residential, single detached in the built out areas of our community that were impacted by this. So just for awareness, it is about $100,000 revenue decrease.
Thank you. As I think about it too, though, something that seems to be missing in this is that we also talked about the idea of a phase in after, because I think one of the issues that we heard was we kind of did a thing, and perhaps we could have done a better job with the conversation, with the announcement, with the including in the conversation. So will there be opportunity to bring that conversation back as part of this when this bylaw comes back to council for approval? Mr. Edney.
Yes. Are you referencing a phase in to the R1 properties?
Yes, if that was a desire. So I think that that's a separate motion. So I don't want to split that out. I'm just saying if that was a conversation that we wanted to have come back, that could come back.
It could come back. It would be another change to the definition of vacant residential at that time to now add these properties back in, assumingly for the 2027 tax year, if that's when the phase in wanted to start.
Yeah.
It'd be difficult by changing this definition to then make anything in a policy that phases it in, because you'd be phasing something in that doesn't exist, if that makes sense.
No, I'm with you. So we could do it this for 2026, and then if we wanted to start that phase in 2027 in November when we go back into budget conversations, we could do that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Sorry, I think that was my question, was does this fetter us hinder us with a phase-in approach for the next stage in this sort of incentivization to get people to develop? That the answer is no. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question through you to Mr. Edney. You just recently said it's going to down our revenue for $100,000. We already have 18% in revenue and our expense is 23%, right? Our expense is more than revenue. So we are kind of decreasing if we voted this one for the future, our revenue for the city.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through to Councillor Randhawa, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would comment that's a $100,000 reduction from what was budgeted in November, December. But prior to that, we weren't receiving that revenue. So the city hasn't actually benefited from that increased revenue, as far as I'm aware. Would that be correct, Mr. Edney?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through to Councillor Sandbo. So that's correct. We did benefit from that increased revenue last year in the 2025 year. But to your point, it's not a historical loss of revenue. It was a 1 year increase in revenue. And this would be going back to what was essentially done before. So it's 100,000 from what was presented 20 minutes ago on the screen, I guess.
Thank you.
Again, assuming nothing happens to any other tax rates.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Thank you. With that, we'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor Narayan, do you vote in favor?
Not in favor.
Not in favor. Thank you. And that motion is carried with majority vote. Okay. Thank you. What is the next thing that we would be wanting, next step that we would be looking at taking either from a council or administration perspective? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. While we're on the topic of tax rates, it was mentioned last year when the annexed residential subclass was created that the intent of council at that time was to phase that in consistent increments over 5 years to get to our rate. So last year their rate was 2.70%, and residential was 3.24. We'd have to look at what Rocky Views is. I could pull that up this, but I think the intention would be to divide the 0.5 difference by 4 and add it to the annexed residential, annexed residential to start that 5-year or continue that 5-year phase in of bringing it up to the rest of the community's residential rate. But again, that's up to council on a philosophy. That was just a discussion at last year.
Yeah, I think that there was a desire to phase it in, so we would need a number for that first phase in for this year. So to get that number, are you needing time to get that number? Do you have that number ready to go? Where's administration at with that number for the acreage areas? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So that number's easy. I can calculate that right now. The question becomes, and this isn't where you've gotten yet, if you intend to change the residential tax rate. If you intend to change that, I would do that first and then do this math. If you don't intend to change that, then we could just do this math and set that. We could find a motion to set what that rate looks like.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney. When that phasing in approach was considered and tentatively set, were we still assuming that TRR would be the default preference for the acreage properties?
Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. Yeah, to Councillor Sandbo, I believe so. At that time, Mr. Chandiok wasn't in the organization yet. We hadn't contemplated this idea of country residential, and country residential being a property that somebody could subdivide to instead of TRR. I think the comments from the acreage owners were that in the time they haven't received water and sewer. I think they're clear that that's a developer responsibility, not the city now, but this was intended to provide some buffer between going straight from the Rocky View rate to this rate, is my belief of council based on those discussions at that time.
To that effect, then, Your Worship, Mr. Edney, would it be reasonable to have a separate tax rate for CR, given that some of tax that is collected is for things like rec centers and libraries and roads that everyone uses, but some of what is collected is for things that CR would not have access to?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So to Councillor Sandbo, it's thinking of it out loud. So when you talk about collecting for rec centers, etc., that will happen when they rezone to country residential. The intent of country residential is to collect those off-site levies. If you wanted to have a different tax rate, that's of course to fund all the citywide infrastructure, mowing the parks, sweeping the roads, that kind of stuff. You could have a different rate, just like the vacant can be done for every different zoning of property. You could do the same for it. I guess my question would be the intent of that versus right now, where I'd have to look at the definition of annexed farmland residential. I believe that once they go to country residential, it moves automatically to the residential. That's a triggering event. I'd have to get you more information on that.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to clarify, Mr. Edney, I wasn't talking about OSL. I was talking about money collected for operating of rec centers and things like that you would collect from property taxes. I suppose what I'm wondering is, given that the utility charges for the services that CR would not be accessing, as far as I'm aware, does it make sense to have a separate rate? Is that something council should consider, or should we just continue on with the plan to phase in that was previously debated and discussed? And I assume many people have similar perspectives as the last time we discussed it.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, so I guess no, I don't think we have any CR zone properties yet. I'd want to look at how that impacts it moving from, I'd have to look at the definition of annexed residential to see if converting to CR automatically moves you out the same way TRR did. TRR did for sure. It moved those properties out of the annexation agreement into just regular residential. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, I'd have to circle back with you. It'll take me a minute to just find that definition.
Yeah, happy to entertain any motion that may come from a counselor. My comment on that before going to that would be, my personal feeling on it is we went back to try and give some time to catch up. I think we're doing a lot of work right now with the acreage areas. We have an open house coming on June the 10th. We are looking at some other ideas of, we actually tabled TRR for now, so we don't actually know what's going to happen with TRR because we can't presuppose a vote. So TRR could stay. There's nothing at the moment to say that TRR will be taken out of the bylaw, other than at the moment it is a suggestion from administration, but that decision ultimately lies with council. And then when it comes to the CR land, that is now a designation that is on the books. So absolutely happy to entertain a motion that Councillor Sambo may have with this. My personal feeling on the matter is to do the incremental increase as we had planned, because I think we were trying to take that holistic view of the acreage areas just becoming a part of the broader city, and trying to just work through a timeline of what that was going to look like, and I believe that's one of the ways where CR came about. So I don't know if there's a motion there at the moment that's coming. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to not leave you hanging with your question, I'm processing through questioning. I'm not sure that that's the right way to do it. In fact, I'm leaning towards not having a different rate for any CR that comes out. But it does sound like we need something to put into effect that phasing in, if that's what council would like to do.
Well, yeah, the second part of this is the suggestion from administration that the debate on whether or not there's going to be any kind of a change to the actual tax rate, and then to come back to the acreage areas to have that conversation, was the suggestion from administration. So I believe that that would be the next phase of conversations, if you will. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to admin, the increase to TRR or the acreage's tax rate, we had decided to phase in. I'm curious if the phase-in increase had been included in the calculation of our tax rate for this year.
Mr. Ed.
Yet.
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Sorry.
Was any kind of phase-in rate included in the tax rate, or was it at the rate that it's currently sitting at for acreages?
For 2025.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through to Councillor Schindler, no, all of our revenue projections assume the exact same tax rates for every subclass as was in the 2025 bylaw.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a quick slide projection right now at the moment of all of our tax rates and what they are currently at, like all of our subclasses and what they are currently sitting at? Do we have that as part of the presentation currently, Mr. Edney?
Thanks, Mayor Dean. We don't have it in the presentation, but if Ledge Services could go on our website and pull up Bylaw 025-25, that's what I'm looking at while we do this.
Okay.
So not 025, it would be the tax rate Bylaw 023-25. And if we go to page 7 in that, right there, that's all our tax. So that's from last year, what the assessment values were that fell into each category, what the corresponding tax rate was, and the amount of tax collected off of those properties.
Councillor Schindler?
And sorry, through the chair to admin, the idea behind the annexed residential was to, over a certain number of years, and I think it was 4, I could be wrong, to bring it up to 3.24, or as close to the current tax rate for the rest of the residential that we have. So the increase for this year, it should everything stay the same, should be a whatever the difference is divided by 4, and then added to the my math could be wrong, and then added to the 2.7. Is that correct?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through you
Okay.
to Councillor Schindler, yes, that's correct. The rate would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.86, just doing the math off my head. But I can plug in exact numbers for you.
Okay. Just seeing if we're still on that track going forward. Thank you.
So I guess the question to council would be, are there any other, on what's displayed on the screen here, are there any other categories here that you would like to tackle, and or how would council and or administration like to proceed with the next steps? Mr. Edney?
So I think at this stage, if there's not a discussion on increasing the annexed residential, the question would be, does council want to, we'll have to go back and just do some quick math based on that previous motion, but we can do that pretty quickly and come back later and approve the budget as was presented, or would council like to include some sort of provision to collect money to put away for future projects and future asset replacement? And if you don't want to have that discussion, then yeah, I would suggest we just approve that budget as presented.
Councillor Schindler?
I'm just a quick question. Is there a further table, because I don't have this bylaw open in front of me, for commercial properties? Non-residential? Vacant non-residential.
Sorry, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, so commercial industrial is all in the non-residential rate of 7.238, and vacant non-residential, the maximum you can have is 13.5 under the MGA, so it's at 13.5. So those are the two. Non-residential encompasses everything that isn't residential, if that makes sense.
Is there and this, you might not be able to answer this question, is there some vacant non-residential that have been sitting for a long period of time that we could also do an incentive program to develop, similar to what we're doing for vacant residential?
Mr. Edney?
Because I see that it's increased by double.
Yeah, so I think I wouldn't call it an incentive program. It's a disincentive program, I suppose.
To leave it vacant.
To leave it vacant, then you end up with a higher tax rate. The issue is the tax rate is already, for vacant non-residential, is already at the highest it can be.
Okay.
So there's no further increase you could make, except in the event if you changed residential from 3.24 to 3.4, then you could bump up 13.5 by a corresponding amount. But it wouldn't be significant. Yes, there is, I would say there's some significant vacant non-residential sitting out there, properties on Rainbow Road, etc., that fall into that category right now. But there's nothing you could do from an increased tax rate.
Okay.
From an incentive perspective, I suppose you could go to them and try to convince them that moving from 13.5 to 7.2 would be better for them to develop. But
Okay. Thank you kindly.
yep.
Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I need to discuss about the annexed residential rate to little bit increase on that, please. I'd be appreciated.
So just to clarify, I believe that there is a desire to see an increase on the annexed residential. What we're trying to decide is, are we leaving the residential at 3.24 or is council or administration coming forward with a suggested amount of any kind of a change on the residential? So I believe what administration is saying is if we are leaving residential at 3.24, then they will do a calculation on the annex residential. But administration is suggesting to not do that calculation until council has definitively decided what we are doing with residential. Mr. Edney.
Sorry, was just thinking on something. I can do some calculations here. So thinking about if you wanted to tackle the annexed residential before you discuss the overall tax impact, because administration's recommendation for any tax changes is an equal change across all subclasses on this page. So if you wanted to tackle annexed residential, a motion could look like direct administration to increase the annexed residential tax rate by 25% of the difference between the residential and the annexed. That takes whatever that difference ends up being at the end of the day. Your 25% would be 4 years. If you wanted 3 years, do 33, 2 years, 50. And then you don't have to set a specific rate. It will just become a percentage of the difference between the two rates.
Because was it 4 years that we set that at? I know that we can change our minds. You can't fetter, but
yeah, there's a part of me. I believe the Rocky View rate was around 2.55. I actually think it was a 5 year that you did.
want to phase over 5.
Phase over 5 years, so 4 years left. But I could be wrong. I'd have to go look back at that. With the previous motion, what I would assume would happen would be, hypothetically, if council were to decide to put a 4% tax increase across the board, that happens to both rates, and then the 25% difference is taken into account.
Yeah.
So that's why that motion would work. Yeah, I apologize. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. For some reason, I thought it was 5, but I might be wrong.
I think that may be material in that then we could, should we so choose, equal it out, right? So to Councilor Randhawa's point, then we could address it, right? And then if it's 4 years, 25% every year, and away we go. Councilor Schindler.
Okay, I don't know. I might start debate, and I don't know if we need a motion on the floor for that, but I'm gonna, I guess, start us off with this. The administration's asking for a tax rate increase. Whether we're talking about a percentage of the mill rate or the amount of money a person pays per month on their property taxes. We need to have that discussion. I think for what our citizens want and the increased level of services that our citizens are asking for, that money's got to come from somewhere. And currently, from what I'm looking at, we don't have that money. Further to that, we also need to start planning for the future. I believe our ministers in the provincial government are asking municipalities to pay for, or at least put money away for, infrastructure needs, similar to something that happened in Calgary with their water main. And so to be a responsible steward of the taxpayer dollars as well, which is our primary goal here, as well as to be a responsible steward of our city, we need to seriously look at not keeping our tax rate flat anymore. That said, my question to administration is, given our priorities, given our strategic plan, given what is needed in this community, given what is asked for in this community, what do we need to increase our tax rate by to meet that minimum that our residents are looking for? And is that number on this capital projects funding page because I'm also noticing that it doesn't include the operating deficit.
Sorry, are you directing that question to administration?
And so, yeah, through the chair to administration. I'd like to know what that minimum is for us to become, or to be responsible stewards of our community.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So to Councillor Schindler's question, that's a bit of a difficult question to answer directly because it becomes a philosophy question a little bit, right? And I liken it back to your personal finances. If you know you want to buy a house on the lake, you either sit and wait till you've got, very least you have to save up a down payment and then you mortgage it, or you start putting money away and after 15 years you've saved enough to actually pay for it. I think the challenge that this community is facing is we've been planning for 10 or 15 years to do things, but not actually saving anything. And in fact, during that time, cutting the amount of taxes that's been collected. I understand there's been surpluses in some of those years. We've talked about surpluses just relative to what you budget and the intricacies that go into those volatile numbers, if that's the right word. So, as mentioned previously, when you talk about the things the community wants, I'm not sure planning to replace the roof at City Hall and fix roads and replace fleet vehicles and sidewalks and bridges is sexy and what the community wants, but that's definitely something the community needs. It's something you pointed out, you're seeing examples in other municipalities of what happens to them when they don't plan for that asset replacement and then can't meet their obligations. I think the minimum we've suggested for that is about a 7.8% increase or $14 a month on a $700,000 home to start planning for those things that I would consider responsible fiscal stewardship. As far as what the community wants, I think that's the philosophical question for council of, assumingly the community wants a rec center. We've heard that many, many times. The question becomes, do you look at a property tax increase now to start putting some money away to pay for that? Or do you wait until you want to pay for that, take out 100% of that money in debenture, and then do the operating or do the property tax increase at that time? Or again, continue to search for alternate sources of funding through time as it comes on. I've talked a lot about the thing that's kept us sort of okay from an operations perspective has been that inflation, etc., has matched our growth. So there's been comments I've heard even in the community, wow, we continue to grow, so can't the new taxes from growth pay for all this stuff? And yeah, that works in the short term, but in the long term, somebody's got to pay for the growth. And when growth slows down, there's no growth to pay for the growth anymore. So that's, a situation we could see ourselves in as we continue to see development slow down from where its peaks were. You've hit an important part that we haven't addressed on here is none of this contemplates if a pool is constructed an operating loss on the pool. We're seeing information that in itself could be 8 or 10% of our current property tax that we collect. So it really becomes a philosophy. If I was making the choice, and I understand it's easy for me to sit here and say what I would do, I'd be putting away money to replace our existing assets. I'd also be putting money away right now to pay for our new assets, to reduce that burden, because as I mentioned really quickly, the city hits its capacity to ever do anything in the future. And, if something other priority came about or something catastrophic happened, we wouldn't have a savings account and we wouldn't have a line of credit to go to. So I think at this point, my recommendation would be to start building up a savings account. I think the minimum would be that 7.8% that brings the 2.2 million to start putting money away for asset replacement. And then it just becomes a philosophy of how much is the community willing to put away towards your library, towards your rec center, and those kind of things.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to members of council, I think we're at a point where we're going to put a motion here, and I'm happy to put a motion on putting money away for asset replacement. The other theory, the other motion, possible motion, would be with respect to acreages that somebody wants to put. But I think what I'd like to see is, just moving this forward, and I'll be happy to put that motion forward on putting money away.
Right. I think, though, to do that motion, we need a number that's associated with that motion, Deputy Mayor. So do you have a number that you're wanting to put forward?
It's the number that administration is proposing.
7.8.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come back to you here in 2 seconds, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I hear that we need to put money away, which is absolutely important. And I think that we, as a municipality, I run by the philosophy in my personal life to live within my means, not buy extravagant things that you can't afford, because it always comes with extra costs, maintenance, and etc. When we look at buying a new rec center, yes, we can take that money out in a debenture and pay on interest, and it's going to cost our residents more money than if we had paid with, say, just cash, as it were, if we had been saving for the last 10 years. But there's also, incidentals that could happen. Perhaps, the building will need to be replaced in, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, hopefully not the earlier numbers. So then we should start saving for that as well. Have those through the chair to administration, when we talk about new facilities, do we have budget for those future replacements and putting money away? Is that part of the asset replacement savings line item?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just going to ask Ledge Services quick before I answer you. Can you bring up the previous presentation, the one that was for today? Not this 38-page one, the 6-page one. If we can go up one. There we go. So that's kind of the layout of what we're looking at for all the future projects. So there's two parts to this. One, of a lot of those where we can see them in the next 2, 3, 4 years, they're on this sheet, and they're either something that's coming from reserves or debenture, or a lot of them we're trying to capture with the LGFF or CCBF funding. So we'd have to have, again, probably another discussion around what's on that list. This is starting to put some of that money away for the projects that we can't identify on there, or as we see the provincial government changing how they fund municipalities, which we observed is never going up, it's always going down. It's putting some money away in those particular places. Now, when one of these bigger projects comes up, we don't need to have a tax increase, or we don't need to remove from our reserves to fund those. So it's sort of that contingency fund where, when you own a home, at some points you need a furnace, some points you need a roof, and there may be grants there that you can do that with, but it's putting some money aside, so when it happens, it's not a big financial impact to you. So that's what that first of asset replacement savings is. Everything else is to fund those specific projects.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Deputy Mayor unless somebody else has another suggestion. Deputy Mayor wanted to come forward with a motion to move forward on. So unless somebody else has a comment or question before that. Okay. Deputy Mayor, can you, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I did have one question, and I briefly talked about it at the last meeting, and it was about the capital expenditures. and I guess through the chair to Mr. Edney, can you let us know what the value of our capital expenditures, not excluding the projects on here, are for the 2026 year?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, I'll just pull that up quick. I want to say just about $15 million, but that's in that presentation.
That number's close enough for me, Mr.
Yeah,
Edney.
it's-
I don't need an exact number. My point is that we have a deficit of 1.6 and we've approved $14 million in capital expenditures. And I know at the time, when we went through it, I'm sure there was $1 million out of the capital expenditures that I would have cut. So, I know that's kind of left us here now at the final budget deliberations, but, to me, that process is broken in that we've approved a large amount of money to be spent. And now we're realizing that we don't have sufficient revenue to support those expenditures. So I know there's a lot in there that is required to be bought, and I can accept that. But I would say that there's probably some in there that wasn't required to be bought and kind of nice to haves, not needs. So I know we can't really do anything about that now, but I know next year when we go into interim budget, the capital component should be scrutinized a lot more closely.
Mr. Edney?
Oh, sorry, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe we proposed 18. I'll have to pull up. Yeah, there was 40 million, including across the utility company. The utility company had $23 million, but that's covered separately under the utility company budget. I'll pull up the exact number because I do believe, to your point, I believe council cut about half of the projects that we brought forward. So I'll get that detailed number. We have a separate capital budget presentation there that I'll grab for you. Give me a minute.
Councilor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I'm glad. I wanted to keep this slide up on the screen. One of the concerns that I have, while we have a number of different capital projects, is we've been talking about a rec center since I've been a councillor and really have made very little progress on it. So just want to confirm the numbers here. Can you explain once again through the chair to Mr. Edney, this 5.71% on the new rec center impact? Is that the money you need to move forward with that project without looking at other funding sources?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through you to Councillor Worzanowski. So that 5.71% related to the 24.5 million, that will be what is needed to service the debenture, assuming council took a debenture out to pay for that $24 million. If you wanted to save $24 million between now and when you did, actually started construction of the rec center, again, you can do math quickly. You'd be in the $5 or $6 million a year you'd want to start saving, and that would be pushing the rec center out 4 or 5 years, and that would be, a 16-18% increase in taxes right off the bat to start putting that money away. So all of those numbers, other than the asset replacement savings, those are numbers on the right-hand side that need to increase to make the payments on the debenture.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilor Worzanowski?
No.
You're good? Okay. I'm going to go back to Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I believe you want to come forward with a motion. I think you're going to be doing an organic motion here. Again, if you want to take a stab at the organic motion, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Josh had it with the 7.8% increase. Yeah.
Mr. Edney, do you want to assist Ledge Services with the motion and Deputy Mayor with the motion? Mr. Edney?
I would prefer if we could do the motion just in a different manner, if that's okay, if Deputy Mayor is open to it. Council direct administration. Sorry.
I think he was going to say yes, he's good with it.
Okay.
Yes.
So make sure I grab the right numbers here. And if you're okay rounding, council direct administration to add 2.279 million. Sorry, let's just type it out. Sorry, 2,279,551 to, sorry, getting the right presentation up here. Which line item does it go to? Yeah, to be transferred to reserves in the operating budget. To add an additional. Yeah. Because then that changes the budget, and then the tax rates get back calculated out of that, but it would be a 7.8% change. You could round that number if you felt like it, but that's the exact calculation that we did.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm not sure whether this is a friendly or if it would be more substantive. First of all, I wanted to commend my colleagues, Councillor Schindler and Deputy Mayor Narayan, for being brave enough to put this forward, because it's something that nobody likes to do, and we're all seeing the writing on the wall. Given that we heard that the average assessment went down by 2%, I wonder if Deputy Mayor would consider increasing that number from roughly 8% to roughly 10%, so that it wouldn't, it would even out at about the number he was considering.
Yeah, you know what? Sure, let's go ahead. I'm okay with that.
That's significant. It's not a friendly.
Yeah, that's a significant change. I know. We haven't read it. We can do it. So, I'd like to keep this on the back burner as well, depending on how the other motion goes. Do we need to take a recess to do some math? And then come back with the motion? Yeah, but I'd rather not take an hour to wait on this. You've got it? Okay. So, Mr. Redney?
926. Yeah, so the number would be 2,926, 404. That's a 10% on the municipal portion.
Okay. Councillor Schindler?
I'm curious. So we're talking about this 10% here. Are we stopping there, or is this also an opportunity to add in what we need to service our current deficit of 1.6, and then also include the percentage increases for the Dawson Landing Rec Center debenture servicing as well, and I guess the
So you wanna go higher?
1.21. I'm looking at what we need to run this city.
So we got to tackle one motion first. So Deputy Mayor's bringing forward a motion right now at a 10% increase. Do you want to, so his motion will be for a 10% increase. Do you want to go higher than 10%? Sorry, it's got to be that simple.
Yes, I want to be able to service the Dawson Landing Rec facility.
Okay, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just for clarity for Councillor Schindler, that debt, we don't have that debt yet, so we don't need to service it right now.
That's right.
That would be something that would come into the operating budget, so that if you wanted to put away a similar thing to, I guess, socialize people to that will be coming, that money could then, I would do a separate item that would put that money into the recreation reserve to be used to fund the Dawson Landing. So to Mayor Dean's point, I would put that as a separate motion, I think would be the best. This is just general funds to the reserve for future asset replacement. That one I would tackle as a separate. Because we don't have the debenture, we're not actually financing it yet. Council hasn't made a decision yet to do that rec center, but this could be putting money away to prepare for that decision.
And then just to clarify, the 1.6 deficit in operational, that would also be a separate motion.
Mr. Edney?
Yes, Mayor Dean, through that, that's correct. If you wanted to tackle that separately, so as it sits right now, that 2.9 would effectively end up being 1.1 because we've already changed the vacant tax rate. But again, we're going to, this isn't addressing the 1.8 plan deficit. That's already coming out of reserves.
Okay. So I think we have a motion on that's going to be put on the floor here from Deputy Mayor. So Deputy Mayor, do you want to go ahead with your motion?
Yes, most certainly. I move that council direct administration to add an additional $2,926,404 to be transferred to reserves in the operating budget.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council? Okay. I will start. I will be voting no to this motion. I was comfortable with the other amount and would have been in favor of that. And I will be I will personally be voting no on this motion for several reasons. We already know that there's a tax increase that's coming at the provincial level with regards to the education tax. And my personal feeling on the matter is that I do not believe that we should go a higher rate than the education tax. So those are my own personal feelings on the matter. And so for that reason, I will not be voting in favor of this particular motion at this time. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be begrudgingly voting in favor of this, and then there's some other tax codes, I suppose, that I hope we can look at afterwards. For me, it boils down to, I agree the increase to the education tax has eaten up a lot of the community's capacity for increases on their property taxes. I don't think that's fair. I also don't think we can make our decisions based on money that's being collected that we can't do anything with. And this is a feeling statement, I feel that it would not be authentic for me to continue complaining about the decisions of past councils if I wasn't prepared to make the decisions that I feel are necessary to make the Chestermere of tomorrow more sustainable. So I will be voting in favor of this, and I hope we can continue talking about the other parts of the budget.
Great, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't believe the Alberta tax and city taxes, they're mutually exclusive. So it's unfortunate that the provincial taxes, that the education tax is being taken out of our taxes. But we have a city to run, and I also agree with Councillor Sandbo. We have to make the tough decisions as councillors. We're far behind. I don't want to compare us to other municipalities. Everybody uses Canmore as an example with the lowest tax rate. Well, they also have the most expensive properties in the country, maybe in the country, but certainly in Alberta. I'll be voting in favor of this because, to Councillor Sandbo's point and to the brave Deputy Mayor's motion, we do need to start planning to deliver what our residents have been asking for many, many years. That's why we ran as councillors. That's why I'm be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my comments to that is I still think that delivery method is there. I think that there are other methodologies that we have not completely explored yet, and there's some hypothetical numbers that exist on this. And so based on that and based on resident affordability at the moment, I stand by my earlier comments. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I do want to add on to your point. While I certainly support the spirit of maintaining a low increase, I do believe there are other methods of funding our community, including looking at ways that we can run the city at a lower cost and be more efficient with the money that we do collect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, with that, I'm going to be calling for a recorded vote on this motion, please. And so with a recorded vote, I will be calling on each councillor one at a time, and then you will state whether you're voting in favor or against. and that this will be a recorded vote on this motion. So, starting with, I'll call your name and I'll turn on your mic. Starting with Councillor Sambo, do you vote in favor or against?
In favor, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler, do you vote in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Randhawa, do you vote in favor or against?
In favor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor or against?
Yes, I vote in favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan, do you vote in favor or against?
In favor?
Thank you. And Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor or against?
I'm against, Mayor Dean.
Thank you. And I will also be voting against the motion. However, the motion is carried with a 5-2 recorded vote. Okay. Thank you. With that, I think we're right up against taking our lunch break. Here. With that, I'm going to suggest we take our break, and we will come back at 1 o'clock for the conclusion of our meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break. Deputy Mayor Narayan will not be rejoining us for the afternoon as he is off to attend sessions at the conference that he is currently attending. And so with that, I just want to turn to administration here quickly and just see from your perspective, Mr. Edney, what you see as next steps for us taking in the process of the meeting here today. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Welcome back from lunch. At this stage, from our perspective, I think I'd open it up to council of whether there's any other discussions the council wanted to have or any other issue or item you wanted to potentially tackle. If not, my suggestion would be we could move on in the agenda package. We do have a couple of closed session items. The intent would be to take the motions you've made so far today, incorporate them into the budget, and then come back to next week's meeting, May 12th, and have the formal budget approved at that point, if there are no other changes that council would like to make to it at this time.
And then with the change that was done before lunch, would you then subsequently go and make the change? Is administration's plan to stay on the same track then for all the other subclasses of tax, of the tax classes based on now what has happened with the residential tax? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. I think something in a discussion over lunchtime, I just want to clarify is, so the way council made the motion of adding the $2.9 million to be transferred to reserves, that will be spread across all the subclasses. So that math is not just on the residential subclass. It's also assuming that vacant residential goes up, non-residential goes up, like every subclass will have a 10% increase to it. If we were to do it only on residential, that would become a bigger increase borne by that part of the tax. So with those changes, all of the mill rates that we had last year will go up by 10% each.
Thank you. And with that, how do we address the acreages now?
So my intention, pardon me. So right now, as it sits, the acreages would just see the same 10% change to the mill rate as everybody else. If council would like to start that implementation, we could make a motion to kind of what I worded before lunch there, because I don't have, again, assuming no other changes happened, we could put an actual number and we could do some quick math to set their rate at that. But I think I would make the motion of council direct administration to adjust the annexed residential to be 25% or 33 or 50% of the difference between the two rates. And then we can do that and bring that back for the tax rate bylaw.
Thank you. I guess my only thing with that is I don't think council anticipated doing a tax increase and then a tax increase that would be separate unless we did. I think there was kind of, so I don't know how council feels about that, if we want to see the numbers come back and how that plays out, because we would also have an opportunity at next Tuesday's meeting after we see the final numbers, if we want to do anything else with the acreage tax. But open up to council if there's any other questions or comments that they want to make specifically to the acreage areas. Okay, so then seeing none, I would suggest that we will leave it for now, see that come back. And so then the anticipation would be back. You're going to come back on Tuesday, May the 12th, with a final budget adjusted accordingly due to those tax rates. And then we would look at final budget approval then, and then the final approval of the tax rate bylaw. Are we still looking at the end of May for that, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think the intent of next week's presentation would probably only be 2 or 3 slides. We'd update that one slide that we talked about to reflect the council motion. Well, we'd have to reflect 2 of them because we've changed the vacant residential, but we'd make those 2 small changes, highlight them, and then have council approve as presented. We'll go back, put all the numbers into the tax rate bylaw, and bring that back for May 26th.
Okay. So if there's no other topics from council, seeing none, the only other question I would have then going back to the agenda is also on here was 5.1.2, but I don't think we're doing anything with that today then, since we haven't approved the final budget. So then should we just make a motion to move 5.1.2 to the May 26th council meeting? Because we should do something with because it is on the agenda. So we should do something with it. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, why don't you just table it until the May 26th agenda?
Just table it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll probably be easiest process-wise, and then we can lift it from the table on the 26th.
Okay. So can I have a motion from council to table item 5.1.2, the 2026 property tax bylaw, please? Sorry, to the May 26th. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table the item 5.1.2 begin the 2026 property tax bylaw to the May 2026 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then I'll need a motion to go into closed session. We're only going to be doing 2 of these items in closed session, which would be 6.2 budget communications and 6.3 grant adjudication committee. So can I have a motion, please, to go into camera, and we'll do both at the same time. Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council go into closed session at 1:12 p.m. to discuss the following: Grant Adjudication Committee, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials, and Budget Communications, Access to Information Act, Section 34, Information that is or will be available to the public.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.